everybody. How y'all doing tonight? How y'all doing tonight? Let me just make sure all the audio is coming through. Good. Excellent. He has, you know, here's the thing. This is the thing about Marilyn Manson. Blaze. Whatever you might have, whatever, for all the problems he has as a person, the music was pretty damn good. That is the thing. It's like, for all the problems he has as a person, the music is pretty damn good. At least some of it is. I don't know if all of it is, but yeah, for the most part, the music is pretty damn good. But, yeah, no, Ghost is fun. But, as you can see here, we are back in Steel Battalion. We are back in Steel Battalion with everything that comes with it. After successfully recovering the stolen cases, the 7th Special Panzer Division began their pursuit for their last strategic target of Xinfengtian. The VT battalions under the division's command began gearing up the railguns and additional armor to all the newly deployed M8 prominences. Something else I found myself listening to recently. So, completely unrelated, but something else I have personally found myself listening to, for whatever reason, is, of all things, for whatever reason, I have found myself listening to that one Crystal Castle song, Kerosene. Specifically, whoever it was that, you know, the slowed down version of it. Because it's got this griminess to it that I really, really fucking like. Okay, we don't need any of those. But there's, like I said, there's this griminess to Kerosene by Crystal Castles. When you slow it down a bit, that's really nice. I really like it. For whatever reason, I really like that griminess on the slowed version of Kerosene. Oh God, Quack, it's funny you mentioned the Jarlax, because I have dealt with them like 3 times now. And I am reminded of how annoying they can be. So, yeah, fun is certainly an interesting way of phrasing what it is like to fight the Jarlax on this mission. It is not the word I would choose personally. It is not the word I would personally choose, but it is certainly a word to choose. It is certainly a word to choose to describe the Jarlax at the end of this mission. Especially because, so the last run of campaign, I got into a really bad supply situation, and I tried to do this mission. Oh, I've played Line of Contact, Quack. I had Line of Contact back in 2005. You know, campaign was already gone, but I did play a bit of campaign back in the day. So I am not completely foreign to how that VT feels from the cockpit perspective. Like I said, I have had this controller since at least 2005, 2006. One or the other. I mean, kinda, but... Oh, no. I still have to do a lot of work before I can get Line of Contact working on stream. I still have to mod the console, and so I still have to mod the console. I've got the network equipment so that it can be hooked up to Insignia, but I still need to mod the console. So that is a process that is ongoing. Alright, missile away. Right, another one down. Staying in third for our cruising gear. Just kind of sweeping through this zone right now. Next one down. What's our ammo situation looking like? We still got 7 missiles. So we'll be calling Wagon Master kind of soonish, because I want a full ammo load when we get to the actual objective point. But otherwise, we are making pretty damn good time. Sit down. Ah! Got caught in the explosion, I guess. Clean off the camera and get back moving again. Come from this flank, try and clear a path for our platoon mates so that when we actually get to the objective, we aren't alone. So that way, the Jarlaxs have more things to shoot at. Shit, we're out of range. Okay, still in third. Good. I am not going to fight all 12 Jarlaxs because I know that they just respawn infinitely. I just remember that they respawn infinitely. So there's really no point in fighting all of them. Especially because even if they don't, it is a 12-on-1 fight. And that is a nightmare. Like, that is an actual nightmare to try and deal with. We're in third. I'll tell you one thing, though. I am seriously missing the sniper rifle aim mode from line of contact whenever I do use a scareface. Whenever I've used a scareface in this, I really missed the sniper rifle aim mode because in some ways it made certain things so much easier to do. And so not having it puts me in like a kind of a, not having it makes you just go, oh. Especially, a lot of it has to do with the fact that I was in a first gen VT at the time, which means no FSS, but man, it was I missed that option. I missed having that option, especially because of how my right hand is kind of fucked up. I've mentioned this in the past. I think I've mentioned this in the past. My right hand is kind of fucked up. I just never had it. I am missing like 75% of my right hand. I didn't lose it, I just never had it. So that makes certain operations kind of awkward. But it meant that back when I was playing this when it was new, I had I got really focused on using the Scareface sniper rifle because it was something I could do with much less difficulty than a lot of other weapons. Okay, so we got 6 bursts left on the RF. We've got how many missiles left? 5 missiles left. Okay. We've got 6 bursts left in this magazine. We have another magazine, so it's not like not completely spent. Oh yeah, no. Now imagine doing that, where instead of being able to hold the aim lever properly, you have to rest like the stump of your hand on the top of it, almost like the gear shifter for a car. In some ways, this might actually be better. The problem is reaching the buttons. Holding it like the gear shifter on a car might actually be better in some ways, now that I'm thinking about it, but reaching the buttons kind of sucks. So like curl your hand up into a fist. I don't know if you have your controller like immediately available to you right now, but if you do, I want you to try this. Curl your right hand up into a fist and rest it on top of the aim lever. And now think of moving the aim lever around like that. For aiming, I think it might be a little bit better, but as for reaching the buttons, that's where the problem starts. That's where things get interesting. It's one of the other reasons why I'm looking to get a 3D printer sometime in the future, is because I do want to modify this controller, but I want to leave the original components unmodified as much as possible. As unmodified as possible. The other reason is because I want to make parts that are more durable than these, because you can really feel that this is a 20-year-old peripheral. Like, it feels fragile at times, and that always makes me kind of uncomfortable. That can make me kind of uncomfortable with how fragile this controller feels at times. Okay, let's hold here.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3.
Wagon Master.
Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master.
So we have as much ammo as possible.
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master.
Because we're going to be going into that. We're going to be going into the fucking lion's den after this. With the 12 Jarlax. I am in a Prom M1. And I haven't done this in a while. So I want to be as well equipped and well supplied as possible. Thankfully, our damage, we're basically undamaged, thankfully. So that is a plus. But I want to have, like, the main thing for me is the ammo situation. I want to have a full ammo load before we go in. Also, goddamn, I forgot how good of a track soy sauce is. I forgot how good of a track soy sauce is. I know that quack. I know about that quack. But I also have to do some additional work on this Xbox. So it's a 1.6, so I don't really have to worry about the clock capacitor destroying the console, but it's also a 20-year-old console, which means the capacitors should be changed anyways, because electrolytic capacitors have about a 25-year lifespan. So modding it is something I definitely want to get done soonish. I know I'm talking about hardware stuff, but I mean, and the mod is a software thing. But it is something I need to be thinking about at least. Not clear. Did I make a wrong turn? I think I did make a wrong turn. Okay. This was not the way I thought it was. It's the other way where our platoon mate is going right now. Pretty sure. Because otherwise you would see the door here. I might use X-Link for some testing purposes to make sure my network setup is alright. But like I said, I do eventually need to get this console modded for Insignia. Along with the campaign. Also because part of me wants to do, I think there is a RAM, I don't know if you can do it to 1.6s. That's the thing. I don't know if you can do this to 1.6s, but if you can, I want to consider looking into the RAM upgrade for the original Xbox as well. That just makes things run smoother. Yeah, I was in the wrong area. That's what it was. Alright, let's deal with this guard bitch then. There you are.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
This is Argus. We have verified the transport visuals of the enemy's facility entrance. Well done. Follow.
Pop chaff. And now we just run like hell. Just spam the chaff. Whew. Fuck. Why are we on fire? Last thing we want to do right now is fall over. We're just engaged in the run like hell. Go for run like hell. We've got 3 chaps left. This is gonna get interesting. Don't fall over. Thankfully, we're not in like a falchion, so we're not nearly as tippy as we could be. That would be the real scary. That would be the real scary time, is being in something like a falchion. All right, we're clear. Whew. Because, like, you know, theoretically, we could fight our way through those guys, but it is not a good idea. Like, if I was better at this, I would consider it, but like I said, it's been a while since I've done this. So, better to avoid the situation if it's not necessary. The Expeditionary Force Staff Unit reconfirmed the facility to be a weapons factory. Giving much emphasis on the strategic value of the enemy's facility, the Expeditionary Force dispatched the 7th Panzer Division to Nanjang Valley. The 34th Special Panzer Battalion, under the command of the division, was ordered to take control of the factory installation. Nanjang Military Factory Assault. Bum. A reconnaissance activity revealed that the facility in Nanjang Valley is an important enemy weapons factory. Today at 2200, our battalion will penetrate the weapons factory with all of our VTs in an effort to gain military control over the facility. Reconnaissance has also confirmed that there is a mercenary group called Jarlax who are working with normal VT troops. In some ways, the mercenary group could prove to be more troublesome than our normal enemies, than the enemies we've been used to up to this point, so be very cautious. Also, this will be your first night fight. All of you should read the night scope section of the manual carefully. Prom M1. Can we load the optional armor? Not yet. Okay. When do we finally get to use the optional armor? I'm trying to remember what the mission where we first get to use that is. Like, when do we finally become a Prom M2? Okay, so it's after this mission. Okay. It's the one after this. Can I load anything else on here, like a spare set of missiles? Probably not. Oh, we'd be over standard, but we could do it. Oh god, that's right, the Quasar is on this mission. Well, that's gonna be a fun time. That's gonna be a fun time! Dealing with a fucking Quasar! We may actually want to ditch the plasma torch because we're gonna be dealing with a lot of jars, and we don't want to get into cutter boom range. That's like my first thought is if I take the plasma torch, that puts me in the wrong mindset where I put myself in cutter boom range, and cutter boom range is not a place you want to be. Thank God there is no Garpike in this first game, because that would be real terror. It moves like a goddamn blade. It has the bang needle, which is like the cutter boom on, which is basically the same thing. It moves like a blade. It has the bang needle, which is basically the same thing. And then on top of that, it can drop mines. Thank God there is no Garpike in this game. That would be the real nightmare scenario. Wait, what are more resilient than I think? The Jarlax? Yeah, I could have told you that one. I could have told you the Jarlax is more resilient than I think. I deliberately avoided fighting those things because of how nasty they would be. So yeah, no, believe me, Hung Lo, I am very well aware that trying to fight the Jarlax is a mistake. I am very well aware that trying to fight the Jarlax in that previous mission is a mistake. You don't gotta tell me that one twice. Oh, from back in Mission 6 describing the controller. Okay. Okay. That's actually kind of interesting to know because, like I said, it feels a lot like a 20-year-old peripheral. Not to your own horn. Yeah, I know. Here's the thing. At one time, I would have been able of doing that hung low. Back in like 2010, I would have been able to handle those jars just fine. But it has been a long time since I have played the campaign. Also, streamer debuff, which means that I'm going to play it a lot worse than I otherwise would. I'm gonna play it a lot worse than I otherwise would, and I'm already playing it worse than I would have back in like 2010, 2016, 2010, 2015. So, yeah, that is a factor for sure. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking we don't take the plasma torch so I can take a second rack of missiles. Not to mention, like I said, the plasma torch, if we're gonna try and use the plasma torch, especially against jars, that puts us in cutter boom range. We don't want to be in cutter boom range. We really don't want to be in cutter boom range. I remember that very acutely. Also, there are some VTs. Double fuel tanks. Huh. That would put us over standard. But being over standard is not the worst. It just means we're going to be a bit tippy and maybe a bit slower. I'm trying to remember what all... I know that being over standard makes you tippy, but I'm trying to remember what else it does. Off the top of my head. Also, I just realized I should have been using override that last time when I was trying to run away from them. I should have been using override. The whole time there, I should have been running override, because this isn't like line of contact, where override basically goes to your fuel tank and goes... I mean, sure, it increases your fuel consumption, but nowhere near as badly. I think it was like 5 times increase in, like a 5-fold increase in fuel consumption in line of contact, or something along those lines when you engage override. It's a big increase. It's 10. Okay. It's 10 on line of contact. I knew it was a big jump. Slower turn speed. Okay. Okay, so slower turn speed, and we're a bit tippier. So we should be fine. We should be fine. System start. That thud from on a second gen start is one of my favorite sounds ever. It is, even to this day, one of my favorite sounds in any game ever. That is specific to second gen VTs. Stealth system as well, because jars are not first gens, which means they're not going to show up on our radar the way the first gens would. This is going to get dicey. Stick with our platoon. That way they have more things to shoot at. I think that's going to really be the key here. is stay with our platoon. That way we aren't isolated and thus more of a target. Shit, we accidentally shoulder checked our platoon mate. Jar. Hello. Shit! Slippery sumbitch! We get him? I think we did. Whew! I think we did. What matters. And we're gonna take this opportunity to resupply because that fight went badly.
Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies.
We're gonna take this chance to resupply because that engagement went badly.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
And we really do not want to be going up against more jars with as little integrity as we've currently got right now. So, hold here, let that get fixed, and then we will continue onwards. Okay. Definitely gonna have to change our approach though, because I think that was a lot of what got us killed. Let's try piloting this thing more like it's a scare face. I know it's a prom, obviously, but let's think like a scare face, and that might keep me alive a bit better. Getting in close to a jar like that is not pleasant, and that was an N. I forget if the C is in this game or not. But I know getting in close with a jar C is going to be a big mistake. I should always forget, is the jar N or the jar C the one that's really nasty up close? You know, it's funny you mentioned that idea, Parasitus, because there is actually a game that is doing that might end up doing just that. And to no surprise at all, it's also based on War of the Worlds. So it's a tabletop game called All Quiet on the Martian Front. It's a tabletop war game called All Quiet on the Martian Front, and it takes place, right around World War I. The Martians come back, etc., etc. They've had their shots this time. The Martians come back, but this time they've had their shots. Okay, we got him, but we're on fire. That one went better. A little better. That one went a little better. So we're learning, which is what's important. What's important is we're learning. I just want to check our ammunition state. Okay. We've got 14 missiles, and we've still got plenty of ammo in the rifle. This will be a first gen, so we can take it a little easy on this one. And I think they're unaccompanied as well, since that was the Jarlax that was with them. Take it slow. Just in case. I don't want any unpleasant surprises. Okay. We'll hold here. Let the platoon catch up. What have we got? Another Jar N. So we'll hold here, let the platoon catch up. Actually, no. Let's emphasize standoff. Okay, that actually worked really well. That actually worked really well. Have to keep that in mind as a viable tactic for dealing with Jarlax. So we'll mostly save the RF for dealing with the first gens and clearing out, other lesser enemy forces. Save the missiles for Jarlax. Okay, not seeing any jars out here. So, push forwards just a bit. Hold here. Scan. Seems like we are mostly clear for now, unless we just went in a big circle, in which case that might not be a good idea. I wish we could see more of the map like you can in Line of Contact. Ugh. Like, damn. I really wish I could see more of the map right now. Like I said, kind of like the way you can in LOC. Because I remember there's like actually like 3 levels of map zoom in LOC, which is really, really nice. Help with situational awareness quite a lot. Alright, first drop tank is about to be empty, but we aren't going to drop it just yet, because we still got to call the Wagon Master that we can use, and we want to have as much fuel as possible before we go into the actual facility itself. Because we are going to be spam dodging. I can definitely feel we're going to be spam dodging pretty hard once we're indoors. I'm trying to remember how that cannon failed. I failed like historically, because I vaguely recall what you're talking about, Parasitus, but I don't remember exactly, which is kind of bothering me. Hold here. Eyes up for any Jarlax that show up. I think we are all right. But we're also still going to hold here and let the rest of the platoon catch up. That way, when we do go in, like I said before, they have more things to shoot at. Generally just a situation I would prefer to be in, where the enemy has things to shoot at that aren't me. Okay, Jar C is Cutter Boom. That's the thing I was trying to remember, Hung Low. I couldn't remember if it was the N or the C that had the Cutter Boom. It's the Jar C. Okay. Still, not having the Plasma Torch is really nice because it lets us carry additional missiles and an additional drop tank, both of which are very effective. One cannon fires slightly faster than the other, launching the cannonballs in chain in a more uncontrolled path. Tear it down for about a mile, then the chain broke, killing one cow and taking out a house of smokestack. Okay. That is kind of funny, actually. That is kind of funny when you put it that way, Parasitus. Like, historically speaking, that is a funny combination of events. Ugh. And that is not something I was personally aware of being a thing. I was actually not at all aware of that. I was thinking of something completely different. You also destroyed the cart it was mounted on. You think it also destroyed the cart it was mounted on, but otherwise it was funny. It definitely sounds like it was, Parasitus. It definitely sounds like it was. Just in case there's jars here. Gonna switch over to the missiles. All right, we're going in. Watch our fire control display for any contacts. Alright, we've got positive ID. Oh, it's just a giraffe. It's just a giraffe. Okay. We hold here now. This is our entry point. And we should be safe at this point to call Wagon Master. So,
Wagon Master, this is Oscar,
Oscar
3.
3.
Do you copy? Over.
So, back in the day, Quack.
Oscar 3, what is it?
Back in the day,
This is Oscar 3.
I mostly
Requesting
played
supplies.
Scareface
Send
2.
supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master.
Guard
Roger
Pike.
that. Supply chopper is on
Scareface
its
2,
way.
Guard Pike, and... Oh, the Scarefaces. I basically played the Scarefaces. Scareface 2, Guard Pike. Like I said, campaign was already long gone by the time I started playing, so I didn't have to worry about the supply rarity or anything like that. But those were like the three that I spent quite a lot of time in. It was, like I said, it was the second gen, it was the Scareface series. Mostly the Scareface 2. Which I'm not gonna say like, oh, I was like super amazing in, but I got decent. I got decent enough that I could, you know, handle myself in a fight with a railgun armed opponent. I am probably nowhere near as good as that anymore. I am probably far worse now. I'm going to be totally real here. I am probably far less competent now than I was back then. Alright, I guess. In we go. Let's see what we find. There's a door, but other than that, well, we'll see. Actually, no. I said the Scareface 2, right? I said the Scareface series. There was one other VT I did use fairly often, and this one will not surprise you at all either. So it's the Scareface series, but also the Yellow Jacket. So I became a pretty decent sniper with the Scareface series, but the other thing I used a lot was the Yellow Jacket for, as you know, as an artillery spotter. I wasn't nearly as good with the Yellow Jacket as I was with the Scary 2. For the most part, even though the marker launcher is not exactly the most difficult thing to use. You know, you're talking about something that is completely different from, you're talking about in a completely different context, Parasitus, rather than Steel Battalion, but a lot of that advice actually still holds in Steel Battalion, believe it or not. The treating them like a wizard who uses spells with hand sign components, that part still holds. And the reason is because whenever an enemy fires their railgun, whenever somebody is firing a railgun in Steel Battalion, you get a big flash before the railgun fires. And if you notice that, you can use that as a dodge cue. It's also why one combination. So the Regal dresses weren't exactly the best VTs. They're a third gen, but they don't really feel like a third gen. Unlike, say, the Juggernaut, the Quasar, or the Earthshaker. But they did have one trick. And it was something that if you were a Scareface pilot, you picked up on pretty quickly. You could use the HVM launcher alongside the railgun. And so what you would do is you would start your railgun charge and you would fire the HVM, fire the railgun, and you would stagger them so that even if your opponent dodges, at least one of them should hit. There are ways to defeat this tactic. But it was nonetheless kind of a useful tactic. Oh, hello. That was actually kind of a funny moment right there. With the Jar C at the door, and I'm just perfectly positioned to engage them. Whew. Okay, continuing onwards. That was interesting. I forgot about those things. I forgot about the Scyllas. What is your favorite shit you like to do in Warframe, Parasitus? What is it that you like to do in Warframe? Okay, let's turn around, and then down the elevator we go. And straight into hell! There's the panel. I was wondering where the elevator panel was. We're not close enough to use it. Okay. Now we are. Well, let's see what's waiting for us down below. Friendly VTs are already here. Wonder where they came in. Whatever. They found a different entry point. Oh well. Prom M1, M2, or Sheepdog. Sheepdog is an interesting choice. I'll have to say that one. Sheepdog, somebody who runs the Sheepdog. That is an interesting choice to hear somebody say that they like that is like their main or favorite VT. Okay, we got 3 giraffes. Oh, we got a lot of giraffes. Damn. But seems like they weren't really able to hit us, so who cares? We'll catch them on the other side. Going over here, manipulator again. They can't really hit us from there, so we should be okay. So for context in Warframe, overkilling enemies, the extra damage is converted into force for the new physics object that is their body, and enemies can trigger doors to open. So what you like to do is position yourself just outside the door opening range and use a shotgun to corpse launch enemies. Interesting. Interesting tactic, okay. Alright. It's a pocket pick. It's a very interesting pocket pick. Because even for the spotting sort of reconnaissance role, I would typically still think of going for the yellow jacket first. Because sure, you don't get the peeping spear with the yellow jacket, but the marker launcher is just so good. And the combination of marker launcher and 315 twin rifle is just so solid. Oh, they saw that one coming this time. Light BTs are good fun, that's true. Like I said, I personally have a fondness for the guard pike. That's right. Down. Okay, so that's one jar down. We still have these guys over there to worry about. Anything that causes cords for launching in Warframe is like the funniest thing. On the fact that when explosives are overkilling them hard enough, it'll make humanoid enemies T-pose for a second. Okay, that is incredibly silly. But also, ads just started, and we are in a safe-ish spot. So, I'm going to let those run, and then we will continue the engagement once they are over. are back. So, again, we're going to try and preempt that jar. Although I'm a little worried about those giraffes on the right being a nuisance. Okay, that door's closed, so we don't have to really worry about that. Never mind. We don't really have to worry about those jars on the right being a nuisance. I thought those giraffes, let's worry about those giraffes on the right being a nuisance. Because there is a closed door between us and them. Little micro shift. Put the manipulator away. We're getting a warning indicator, which means something's locked onto us. Question now, of course, is what? Oh, there you are! Okay, now you're dealt with. I knew that was going to be an issue, but I didn't know where they were going to be till after I opened the door. So that's those Jarlax taken care of. Let's see what else we've got here then. Obviously, like you said, the Quasar is going to be here towards the end. Hopefully not that big of a problem. Oh, we go into this room. Interesting. Well, let's see what's inside, shall we? Oh, there's another door here. That explains a lot. Ah, hello, Quasar.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, we have verified the transport visuals. The BT in the visual appears to be their new type. We're dispatching a salvage unit. Continue mission. Argus out.
Okay, so we got the Quasar now. We've got the Quasar now, so...
Argus, please repeat.
Oscar 3, we have verified the transport visuals.
Oh wait, that's
The BT
repeat,
in the
not
visual
closed
appears
channel.
to be their new type. We're dispatching a salvage unit. Continue mission. Argus out.
I copy. Oscar 3.
Okay, so that's the Quasar. Let's see what else is waiting for us here. There's a Jar NS at the end of this mission, isn't there? Is it this mission or the other campaign where at the end of the underground area you run into a Jar NS, which is a bastard of a VT, by the way. Shit! Should have dealt with those giraffes when we were across the bridge as much as possible. I did not think they were going to be that much of a problem. Ugh. Yeah, I did that. Mission, reinforcements. Let's get another prom, I guess. That did actually work rather well. Up until the moment we had the bridge, we had to deal with the bridge giraffes. Also, grab those because they'll be useful. Yes, same setup. This actually works really well. This works really well until we, fucked it up at the end there. Also, now hopefully we'll be better set up to deal with the jar end that we first ran into earlier. Now that we actually have an idea of how to fight those things, how to fight them better. Now that we actually have a better idea how to fight jar ends, hopefully this time we'll go a little bit smoother. Okay, system start good. And go. Night scope open. It's RNG which room it's gonna be in? Okay. Mildly annoying. But yeah, fighting the jar ends from standoff with the missiles does seem to be the most effective way of dealing with them. So we're gonna try and stay on that. Try and stick with that tactic for now. Of course, if things change, well, we'll find out very quickly. But that does seem to work against them pretty well. Again, think like a scareface pilot. I found that seems to work really well when, fighting the jar. That seemed to work pretty well when I was fighting the jar ends in the prom. Is if I'm thinking like a scareface pilot, I tend to do a lot better. Hold range and use your standoff weapons to engage. So we come through here again. Where the hell are they? On our left, okay. Okay, got it. Figure out their position. They can't hit us through there, which is important. So let's loop around, let the platoon handle that first gen, and we're gonna go for the jar. One jar down. Whew. Okay, that is the wider map zoom that we were looking at just now. It didn't feel like it for whatever reason, which was kind of annoying me. Catch up with our platoon mates now, and we'll go from there. There's going to be a Jarlax here, but I don't remember where. Got him. Same model as before, same tactics apply. What the hell are you talking about, Falcon? What the hell are you talking about, Falcon? I mean, Irving is watching Rose of Versailles is interesting, but what is that other thing that you just said? Oh wait, no, I get part of it, but not all of it. All right, up into third. We are doing much better this time around. Turns out you can trade ammo for survivability, and it works pretty damn well. Okay, Falcon, yes, go and relay this to Coat. He will probably understand better than I do. Okay, another jar. Okay, that's the jar done. Override off. Actually, the fact that you can leverage corners so well against the Jarlax is such a relief. Like, whether it's these guys out here or the Jar Cs once we're underground, both cases, being able to use corners like that so effectively has been a goddamn lifesaver for me. Also, I gotta wonder what the hell the N means in both Jarlax's N and Regal Dress N. For example, Jarlax C is obviously like Jarlax Close Combat, Regal Dress A is Regal Dress Artillery. But what is the N in both of those models referring to? Is it like Regal Dress Normal, Jarlax Normal, which is a little weird, but that's my best guess. Because in both cases, it is referring to the standard frontline model of the VT, if you really think about it. Especially with the way that the N carries the guided missiles and a light artillery piece, both of which can be very useful in an open environment. Well, the howitzer are debatable, because those are just weird. But the missiles definitely. That makes sense, Quack. Especially considering that Haishi Dao VTs in general are very geared towards that sort of long-range standoff combat. And it's only the railgun. It's only because of the railgun that they lose that advantage against the PRF. Which is also why no rails is such a popular match format. Well, that and because the railgun is honestly just kind of ridiculous. The railgun is too good for what it is. Let's be frank here. We both know this. All three of us, you, me, and Hunglo, we all know the railgun is too good for what it is. It gives PRF a long-range poking stick that can overmatch any HSD sniper VT and requires less operator input to use effectively. In gameplay terms, that's kind of fucked. Okay. We're clear there. There's gonna be a bunch of giraffes here. I forget if there's a jar with them or not, but I know there's gonna be a bunch of giraffes. But this is a bunch of giraffes in the open, which is a lot easier to deal with than a bunch of giraffes in a hallway. One of those situations where, weirdly enough, it kind of makes me wish I had a 140 MG. Like, for the most of this mission, a 140 MG would just be a waste of tonnage. But that one moment right there with the hallway of giraffes, I kind of wish I had one. Just because it would be so useful for dealing with them. The Regal Dress were... Yeah, the railgun does no such thing like that, Parasitus. So as funny as you might personally find that, yeah, that's not something that's gonna happen. Alright, let's call Wagon Master.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master.
Get a refresh on our ammo and fuel.
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
So we hold here. Let Wagon Master come in with supplies, and we'll go from there. And I do wonder that as well. Is like, how are Goodman and WM being connected like that would be interesting. And it also makes me wonder as well. Like, it makes me wonder where I would love to have seen like what's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah. A map of the world showing where you know Goodman, where the Goodman, Lycoming, WM, where are they located? Especially since a lot of the names there, Goodman. Let's think here. What have you got? Goodman, Komatsu, Lycoming, WM, Uktador, and then of course Wright Brothers are making their own VTs, typically as modifications of, initially as modifications of what look like Lycoming VTs, but, well, beyond that point, they're obviously very much fully indigenous designs. Like I said, so it would be really interesting to see. It would be really interesting to see, especially because of, like you said right there, Quack, WM was playing both sides. Was kind of playing both sides. It would be really interesting to see where that goes. Not where that goes, but, it would be really interesting to see, like, a map of the world showing where the different VT manufacturers are from. And also, with that, maybe a bit of the overall political situation surrounding the Haishidao conflict. Especially in the line of contact era. Would be good drama. Like I said, just like the overall political situation surrounding the Haishidao conflict. It'd be one of those things that would only come out for line of contact. You would only have for like line of contact because there's obviously some very heavy retcons that happen between the original game and line of contact. But it would still be like, it would have been like a really, really cool like supplemental material to come out with that. It's just an idea of where are, what's the overall political situation surrounding the Haishidao conflict with other countries? And where are the VTs actually being made? Okay, we're good now. Yep, Uktador made the Siege Zug and the Earthshaker. Which the Earthshaker is a weird VT in a couple other senses as well. So, for people who aren't familiar with the Steel Battalion series, one of the big changes that is made, one of the little changes between the original game and Line of Contact is in Line of Contact, they refined the camera so that the camera actually follows the VT steps. One of the things about the Earthshaker, and I think at least one other VT, but I can't remember which one for the life of me, is that they sway when they walk. So most VTs, you just got like a straight up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. But the Earthshaker is different. it has like a left, right, left, right, left, right sort of motion to it that it's more pronounced in low gears, but it can be absolutely obnoxious for trying to hold a target, especially if you're free aiming. Okay, good. That just leaves one giraffe over there. Lycoming was almost exclusively HSD, Quack. I can't think of a single PRF VT that was made by Lycoming. Like, I can't think of a single. There might be one that I'm not remembering, but I can't remember a single Lycoming DS VT that was made for PRF. Because like you said, they did the Vitch and the Regal dresses. But beyond that, like, I can't think of anything that they did. Yeah, I was gonna say, Quasar, PRF stole the Quasar. So that one doesn't really count. What the fuck? Oh, infantry. Infantoy. Okay. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Did the jar leave the room already? Shit, magazine. All right, let's see if we strike lucky. Oh, that it? Yeah, WM and Komatsu are pretty much entirely, you know, WM is weird because Jarlax, but Komatsu is entirely PRF, yeah. Empty. Okay, it's gonna be the other one. Don't really have to worry about our fuel or any of that right now, thankfully. One thing I definitely wish I had right now. So one of the reasons why I kind of wish I wasn't a Scary 2 right now, specifically, is we would lose the 315 RF, but on the other hand, the 355 SB is pretty good, and more importantly, the Scary 2 gets turbo grenades. And dear God, I wish I had some T grenades right now. They would be so good for fucking with these Jar Cs. Okay, that's the jar taken care of. That was an uncomfortably close call with that cutter boom, by the way. Oh. Yeah, several $billion more combined than the PRF side, especially Lycoming, even if we're talking about line of contact, because of Hell Week. Hell Week was probably incredibly profitable for Lycoming. It's one of those things that they probably don't like to talk about, but is absolutely the case.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, we have verified the transport visuals. The BT in the visual appears to be their new type. We're dispatching a salvage unit. Continue mission. Argus out.
I copy. Oscar 3.
Like, that is probably one of the things that Lycoming does not like to talk, doesn't like when it gets brought up. But if we're gonna if we're gonna talk about this in like real terms, Hell Week was probably incredibly profitable for Lycoming just because of how many losses HSD was taking. Although really, in terms of like relationships, that was also the best week ever for Goodman, because the Vortex is basically the thing that's, was the only thing that makes, is the only thing that makes Hell Week, is the big thing that makes Hell Week less miserable if you are playing HSD. Meanwhile, okay, that's all the giraffes done. Now we can actually cross over safely. The Behemoth is just a funny fucking VT to play as well. Like, unironically, the Behemoth is hilarious to play. Because on one hand, you know, you're a support VT, so you're going to be spending a lot of time staring at a map display, etc., and trying to, you know, and trying not to, you know, and just waiting for your marker, your guys with marker launchers to indicate where the enemy is. But if you do get caught out, you are also, well, first of all, you're not going to be alone. There's going to be at least one, you know, one VT with you if your team has any thought at all. But you are also one of the most durable motherfuckers on the battlefield. Okay, here we go again. We found the Quasar, which was good. Now things are gonna get interesting though. This is where we find the Jar NS, which is going to be very unpleasant to deal with. Put a fresh magazine in, even though that is going to cost us those 3 rounds, because we're in for a very unpleasant fight now. Makes you wonder what Goodman would have made if they weren't so busy with, well, they made the Maelstrom Quack. So, but honestly, it would have been an artillery variant of the Scareface 2. That's what it would have been. It would have been an artillery variant of the Scareface 2. Like, not even joking, that's what they would have done, is an artillery version of the Scareface 2. I don't know what that would have looked like, but it would have been a very interesting VT, that's for sure. Also, the Behemoth was, I just remember, the Behemoth was a Lycoming product, not a Goodman product. Yep, there's the Jar NS. I was right about the Jar NS being here. Hold here for the missile. Wait, we're in missile range. We should be using our own missiles. Oh no, we're too close. Okay, never mind. Oh, this is unpleasant. All right, we're gonna have to back off now. Open the range, because all we've got left are our missiles. This is a less than ideal situation. Drop that tank while we're at it, because it's just going to slow us down a bit. I see you there. Yes, I do, Mr. NS. Ooh, that cutter boom scared the shit out of me. This is a bad situation we're in right now. We open the range. That's going to be the real challenge here. They really aren't going to let us, but we're going to have to. Shit, 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 shit! Up, 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 up! This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. watch that cutter boom. Ran out of ammo! If we hadn't run out of ammo, that would have gone so much better. Maybe not. So now we're in an awkward spot. Because we don't have enough supply points to get another prom. Which means we're going to have to do this with a blade. Which is going to be unpleasant. Although in some ways, may not be quite as bad. Because it means we have the ARs. We don't have the missiles on the blade, which is the big problem. The blade can't carry missiles. Like you can see there. But we can carry 270 ARs. And the DLGM. We have the DP missile and the DLGM. But that causes weight problems. And thank you for the follow, Quack Jack. So if we take the DLGMs or the DP missiles, either one really. Yeah, the DP missiles because they have better. We have more ammo for them. We're going to be using them a lot. We can't take a 140, can we? Oh, no, we can. We can just take a 140. Okay. Let's see how badly this goes. Shall we? Because there is no way in hell this is going to work. We were very reliant on the missiles to deal with the jar ends before. We don't have those anymore. We have the DP missiles, which aren't as good. But really, we don't have them anymore. We've got 2 ARs and a 140 MG. And we don't have nearly as much fuel, which is going to make things scary. So this might be the end of this campaign run. We're about to find out, though. We have an idea of our route, and we know where most of the most of the jar ends are, which helps us. But this is still going to be a bit of a tougher fight. Yeah, I'll do that for you, Quack, for sure. I'll definitely do that for you, Quack. gotten to be up on supplies as well, or not been able to. So hopefully we have at least one resupply left. I forgot to check. We're gonna find out though. That's for sure. Okay, come through here. Alright. Target ID'd. We're gonna have to rush them this time. Whew. Okay. One down. Just the entire Jarlax Mercenary Company left to go. It's the bitch down. Clean off our camera and keep moving. And yeah, no, thanks for the good luck there, Quack. We'll see if it works out. That's gonna be the interesting part. There's gonna be a first gen here, but I forget where that. Well, there's the Jarlax. Tactics will be the same, it's just we don't have the AS missiles to work with anymore. Which are going to make some things a little awkward. Okay, so this jar is closer. Ship magazine. Okay. And we fell over. Classic Blade moment. Classic WMVT moment, really. What that is. Just classic WMVT moment. Maybe hold here so that they can move ahead and draw some fire. Because we are in a light VT. And we need to think like we're in a light VT. Ah, shit, there's one AR spent. Okay. There's another jar here. Again, we're gonna have to be very aggressive here. Okay. That's the jar taken care of. Woo! And the vit's down. Keep moving. Let's see what else we got here. We just went in a circle, so we have to turn around now. And we fell over. Like I said, WMVT moments. You ever see that video? You ever see that video of like the woman open up the door and there's just a goat there? And the goat's just like, hmm? That's kind of how I felt opening the door on that first Jar C. Like, it legitimately had that same feeling to it. I'm just, oh, hello. What are you doing here? That is like legitimately how that felt. Goats are actually, also, goats are weirdly cute. Can I just say that real quickly? Like, that was specifically, I think, a La Mancha goat, which are known for having, like, really good tempers for, as far as goats go. Like, really even-tempered, really gentle. You know, at least for a goat. Why are y'all walking in a circle? What the hell are they doing? Like, legitimately, what are they doing? Like, look behind us. They're just stuck walking in a circle. What are they doing? So not now, Twitch. Not now. Like, oh my god, yeah, they are. Okay, that's not when the queen dies, partner. But I know the thing you're talking about, where ants get stuck walking in a circle until they starve to death. That is exactly what they were doing right there. Coming through now. And this should just be the giraffe. There shouldn't be any Jarlax here. So we'll clear these guys out, then we'll call Wagon Master and see if I actually have any supplies left. Please, dear God, I hope I do. Because things are going to get very interesting very fast if I don't. And not in a good way. Well, doesn't matter either way. There goes the VT. I shouldn't have even ejected. There was no point. There's no point in ejecting there. Because, as you can see, the only VT we have left is a first gen. And I'm not good enough for that. So, restarting the campaign it is.
This is Argus, do you copy?
Like, legitimate, there is no point in this. If I was, like, significantly better at the game, that would make sense. But I'm not. So, we're not gonna do that. Also, in order just to shut Twitch up, we're gonna take a break here. So, ads are gonna be starting in a moment. When then we will get back to starting things. We'll be starting over once they are done. are back. So let's see. Starting over. like I said, starting over. So, as before, there we go. And once again, into the breach. Here we go. Here we go again. Back in a first gen, and back at the beginning of the campaign. Which does mean that people who haven't been here before do get to see the absolutely sick story intro sequence, which I'm sure, if you're familiar with Steel Battalion, you've probably seen so many times that you're tired of it. But for anybody who hasn't seen it, it is an absolutely sick intro sequence for the story. Okay. Wait for the arm to clear. And we're in combat now. One down. Those giraffes over there. No, it's those MBTs. Never mind. That's the other VT. There's the giraffe. All right, second VT down. Okay, well, that's the tutorial mission done. And we stand, and the Decider stands triumphant. It's a good-looking VT. Most of the VTs in this game, I like most of the VT designs quite a lot. I can only think of maybe one or two that I don't. And even then, I don't hate them. I just think they're kind of, Like, the Decider is fantastic. The Scareface, the original Scareface, beautiful design. The Falchion looks good. The Colt series looks good. I was saying the Colt Executive, but I mean the Colt series looks decent. The Yellow Jacket is good. The Scareface 2, I think, as much as I like using the Scareface 2, is one of my less liked designs. I think it's just a little too round. But beyond that, I mean, like I said, I can't think of a single VT design that I would call outright bad. I think the closest would be something like the Rapier, and that's just because I think the Rapier looks kind of weird. Gormit Sid, first president appointed office of the new Hai Shi Dao administration, declares the nationalization of all overseas assets and the deportation of all foreign personnel in Hai Shi Dao. Da na na na. Here we go again, though. Here we go again. Haishi Dao operation, amphibious operation. Take. I don't even want to try and count anymore at this point. Like, I don't even want to try and count anymore at this point how many times we have done this. It's too many. The answer is too many. But here we go again. Alright, gentlemen, listen up. Our battalion will now begin our amphibious operation on the coast of Shawan, Haishi Dao. The operation will commence early today at 0400. At 0530, after the preliminary bombardment... By the 8th Joint Mobile Unit, VTs will be sent out from the assault landing craft to strike the enemy garrison troops. There will be 3 enemy platoons near the landing point consisting of VTs and mobile cannons. In addition, it has been reported that the Shawan garrison troops occupying the coastal area consist of a tank troop and 2 coastal gun batteries equipped with 8 48cm guns. Although there seems to have been no increase in enemy strength, there may be some potential resistance from the coastal guns and field battery units occupying the northern coast. Until enemy forces are eliminated, our supply battalion cannot land ashore. This means you won't be able to receive any supplies until the beachhead is secured. So watch your fuel and ammunition consumption. As for your position, starting from this operation, you belong to the Oscar platoon, and your call sign is Oscar 3. Rumor has it, you destroyed 2 VTs on your first sortie. We're counting on you. Best of luck. We could do something cheeky here, but probably not. Let's grab that, though, because I like having that. I want my twin rifle. Okay. We only need the 1 fuel tank, honestly. So otherwise we're good there. But this is the important thing. Voted Idea. Good. All switches are in the standby position, and out we go. Now loading. That's all good to go. That's all good to go. Excellent. And so, starting over. Wait for platoon mates to cross out to exit the landing craft, and then we'll proceed outward following. Hold second gear. As we step out. She's no maelstrom, but we don't necessarily have to go into first to get it through the water. I was thinking that for a while it would work better, but it really doesn't. Switch to the MG for this initial engagement. Save the twin rifle for when we start running into enemy VTs. I don't really have to deal with these, but I would like the extra supply points that you get for dealing with them. So we're going to take the time to engage these a bit. Okay. Go through there now. We've cleared this area out. So now let's move in and engage the actual main force. Good, that clears those out. Switch back over to the twin rifle now, and let's clear out these VTs. One down. That's two. Oh, that's useful to know. Ah, shit, we fell over. We're not really in much danger here because we've already cleared the area out. But still, it sucks when you fall over. I have several times, Sheepdog. I have several times at this point. I'm not gonna pretend that makes me good at this, though.
The enemy forces near the coastal area have been completely wiped.
But yes, I have done this part of the game several times now. I think we're on like our 5th run of the campaign. We always get, I tend to get walled at Nanjang. So I tend to get walled at Nanjang where, for like just whatever reason. So last time, I got stuck at Nanjang because I ran out of RF ammo. I ran out of ammo. No, the factory. The factory. So last time, I lost out last time because I ran out of ammo before reaching the JAR NS, or more specifically, I ran out of ammo for everything except my missiles before reaching the JAR NS. So that led to an extremely tense fight where I was trying to open the range just enough to where I could hit him with the missiles. I couldn't do it because the room is too small, and they're very aggressive with that cutter boom. So that was terrifying. That was actually terrifying. Trying to fight a JAR NS with nothing but AS missiles in a room just... Wait, you can leave? You can leave? Fuck me. I forgot that you can leave. I forgot that you can leave. Okay. I'll have to remember that you can leave. Just walk out. You can leave. Oh, if it sucks, hit the bricks. I'll have to remember that you can leave when it comes to that mission. So this is the vortex, the really stupid vortex mission. I like to use the Falchion for this mission for some reason. Even though it's got fuck all torque and therefore kind of struggles on hills, I like to use the Falchion here for some reason. I don't know why, I just do. Fuck that thing. And this is such a short mission, we really don't need the drop tank. It's very fun, but also very tippy. So let's see if I can do this without falling over. I'm trying to think. Is there a VT? I don't remember. Is there a VT that is as tippy or tippier than the Falchion? I honestly don't remember. Because I know the Rapier isn't. I know the Garpike definitely isn't. Maybe the Decider Volcanic? It's the only one I can think of. For a VT that's tippier than the Falchion is the Decider Volcanic. And the less said about that thing, the better. So hold here, wait for the BT transport ramp to open all the way. And let's get moving. Shit, new magazine? So Quackjack left, but he was here earlier, and I was telling him about how the right stick is a little awkward for me. And it's one of the things at some point I'm thinking about modifying the controller to some extent to make it easier for me to use, because I am missing something like 75 to 90% of my right hand. I never had it. I didn't lose it, I just never had it. The one weakness of the Falchion Hills. I can press the buttons fine, it's just a very awkward reach. It's just a very awkward reach, especially for the sub-weapon trigger. That is the worst offender, is the sub-weapon trigger. Main trigger and lock-on are fine, but the sub-weapon trigger can be awkward. Suffice to say. Move. We're probably going to take a hit from this artillery just while we're moving, just while we're turning, so that we don't tip over. But we'll see if we can avoid it. Avoid the worst of it anyways. Alright. That's the artillery unit dealt with. Shutdown. Switches to shutdown. Alright. That means now it's time for Janta City! Yay. Well, we gotta do this right. That's the thing. We gotta do this right because we want that scare face. I don't really care about it looking redneck, and besides, I'm also going to mod this console at some point because I don't have to worry so much about the clock capacitor because it's the 1.6, but those capacitors are over 20 years old, so they need to be replaced anyways. So we'll have to look into that. We will have to look into that. I'll have to look into that at some point. You know, either finding someone who can do it or more likely doing it myself. Today at 0530, our division will commence our first strategic objective, the capture of Janta City. The battalion's mission objective is to seize central Janta City. The enemy has deployed the 11th Panzer Battalion as the primary defense of the city. As a natural barrier, they have established their defense line behind the Donglai River. How you get across the river could very well determine the outcome of this mission. There are two possible locations to cross. The first is the bridge at the south side. Second are the shallow waters to the north. Which path to take will be up to you. We suggest you play it by ear. I'm gonna cross the bridge. I've done it 1,000 times. It's not that hard. That's all we're gonna do, yeah. So, reinforcements. Grab 2 of those, even though I'm probably only gonna use 1. And then... I know some people have done this sheep. I know there's like a particularly radical mod. I know at least one person has done sheepdog. That is probably going to be what I end up doing. I forget how hard. It's probably going to be it's a very radical mod. But what I might end up doing is just a full-on stick swap. So that the aiming lever is, the buttons for the aiming lever are on the left. And then, oh, that probably was you that did a stick swap? Okay. Although at the same time, I would still want the sight change stick to be on the left. So that would end up looking very strange very quickly. I think my best bet would be to have the lock-on where your thumb rests, the sub-trigger here, and then some people use HOTAS and keyboard. Oh yeah, that's right! People are actually doing that now. People are actually starting to make, there is actually a setup to let you plug in modern peripherals. I think it's like, somebody figured out how to, I think it's somebody was making, it's like the Brain Box project or whatever. I really hope, so here's the thing I really hope. I hope that takes off, but along with that, I really do hope that this year, at the very least, Line of Contact will be fully liberated from original hardware. Because while original hardware is nice, being able to play it without having to have all the extra setup of the console connected to your PC, connected to Insignia after you've modded it, that would be really nice. That would be really nice if it can be fully liberated from original hardware. Like the ultimate thing would be, and I doubt this is ever going to happen because there are no Sonic games for the original Xbox, and that's the only reason it happened on the 360. The ultimate thing would be if somebody can figure out is if somebody made a recomp. The ultimate thing would be if somebody made a recomp of this. That would be cool. That would be really damn cool. Is a recomp of Line of Contact, or both games really, but especially Line of Contact. Like that would be like the ultimate thing. Now, the odds of that happening aren't necessarily great because, like I said, the only reason it happened for the 360 was because of the Sonic games on the 360, which meant there was a loud enough voice to get that done. But it would be nice. It would be really nice to get a recomp of Steel Battalion and Line of Contact to fully free it from original hardware, because as much as we can repair and scrounge and salvage things, these consoles are going to die one day. These consoles are going to die one day. These controllers are going to die one day. And so it would be really nice if things could still work without them. All right, we are set to go. That's set. That's it. Good. Waiting for VT stand up. Alright, let's get moving. Let's get out of these first gens. Back to the prom. Yeah, the draw distance is painful. Although, what would be really cool, and this is something that a recomp would let happen as well. So aside from the draw distance, it would be really cool if a recomp meant we could get some of the refinements that came with line of contact ported back to the first game. D-tier Vitz. I mean, it is a Vitz, so you think why would it be rated particularly high? It's a goddamn Vitz. It is, you know, unless you wanted to have like an Easter egg that was just a Vitz ninja. Although that is more of a lot of contact thing. You know, that wouldn't surprise me, considering that the Scareface is meant to be kind of a big deal when it first shows up. Which is also why I want to take it out here, for one of two reasons why. The other being, of course, we want it for the next mission. Okay, good. That's all those VTs taken care of. Now, charge towards the boundary. Pretty much textbook execution there. Beautiful. And that means we get the Scareface for the next mission! Which is going to be really nice. Because even though I can do it without the Scareface, I like the Scareface. I legitimately just really like the Scareface. It's a cool looking VT. I think it is the best looking first gen VT. Like, not even close. And that's saying something because the Falchion and Decider do look really good. I still think the Scareface is the best looking first gen. So let's procure one. We know the mission. No. Scareface. Arms. A pair of 320s because none of the line of contact constraints for the 320 are on this yet, are here yet. Ditch the CG. And otherwise we're good. we want to stick with soy sauce? I think we do. Okay. For the missile boats. The problem there is, if we have the CG, we're over max. Then again, do we really need a drop tank on this mission? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we need a drop tank for this mission. And the 77 Wreck isn't as useful here as it is in line of contact. Neither of the recoillesses are, really. So yeah, we'll run this. It does look really cool with the recoilless on the left-hand side, though. Like, legitimately, it does look really good with the recoilless on the left-hand side. It's, like I said, it's the best-looking first gen, if you ask me. It is, without doubt, the best-looking first gen. That's one way of thinking of it, yeah. Not the one I would personally go with, but that is definitely a way of thinking of it, yeah. Also, I just realized another reason why we should keep the CG. Not so much the missile boats, but these fuckers over here. Woo! S-tier giraffes, yeah, I know. One down. There's those damn missile boats. And the other BT down. Woo! Shit magazine. Alright, that's that VT taken care of. Oh shit, wait, seriously? Seriously? Okay, Wagon Master, I need you to come over here now.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies.
I was not
Send
expecting us to
supply
run out of
chopper
fuel that
ASAP.
fast.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
I was absolutely not expecting to run out of fuel that fast. That was an unpleasant surprise. So we'll have to hold here, let the supply shop, let Wagon Master come in, resupply us, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, no, that was such bad fuel consumption there. Like, honestly, kind of shocking. Okay, this is our clear path. Well, I was trying to remember. So where is our clear path through here? There it is. I think I was just super aggressive on the left pedal, is why that was happening. In hindsight. But it was definitely a nasty surprise. So, another enemy VT here. We can't go over that wiring in this VT. We'll have to be a little careful with that. I don't need to go this way. Why am I going this way? I need to go the other way. Cross over here. And then get behind that warehouse. hold here. Okay. Not exactly an ideal situation, but we can work with this. The teammates just got here and knocked out their other VT. So now let's start picking the ship apart. I can remember how to do this.
This is Oscar 3 to Argus. Do you copy? Over.
This is Argus. I read you, Oscar 3. Over.
This is Oscar 3 to Argus. Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy?
Gotta remember to be on the right channel.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3.
And this is
Requesting
why
supplies. Send supply
I made sure to
chopper
have 2 things of
ASAP.
supplies.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
I can see what you mean about the boats, by the way. I can see what you mean about the missile boats, by the way, sheepdog. Yeah, those things are annoying. Those things are very annoying. But now we're at least in a position to actually fight. So we get resupplied, as before. And we should be able to sink this ship. We're pretty well set up otherwise. One main battery taken care of. Now for the next one. That was kind of reckless on my part. Okay. Managed to actually be outside their effective range there. Kind of a surprise to me. But okay. Magazine shit. That should be their second main battery taken care of. We should have enough fuel for this part. Oh, wow. Yeah, no. The 320 just rips this thing apart. You can see why the Scareface is so good for this mission. Like, the Scareface being cool as hell helps, but just the power of the 320 as well. There goes the ship! Whew, okay. Did that pretty much perfect. Had to make 2 calls to Wagon Master to keep our fuel up. Because damn, this thing guzzles fuel, but otherwise, pretty much perfect. Mission complete. And now, back to second gens. Prominence and the blade. Basically, I'm gonna completely ignore the blade for now. Because even though it's not bad for Chinlin Ton, that is an expenditure of supply points that is not ideal. Until later. So we have a better buffer to work with. Because Nanjang is gonna whoop my ass. It's a rectangle.
Don't tell me that's the new type VT.
Looks like it came right out from a garbage compactor.
Stands up. And does it look like it came out from a garbage compactor anymore? Does it still look like it came out from a garbage compactor? I don't think it does. Yeah, prom. 2 supply. And this is the weird, this is the goofy manipulator mission. No. I want the prom for this. Nah, let's see. Ditch the plasma torch because I tend not to use it anyways. That's actually a pretty solid loadout. Now that I'm looking at it. We don't really need this much firepower for this mission, but it's something to remember for when we get to Nanjang. We are probably still gonna run 2 missile racks just because that's so good for dealing with the jar ends. And then, like you said, leave and then resupply before taking on the jar NS. But still, pretty solid setup. Well, time to go get some boxes. Time to retrieve some boxes. Everything there's good. Here we go again. Close the cockpit, and let's run this again. Good, I didn't accidentally miss a switch. I thought I missed a switch there for a second. I was a little nervous. BG stand. Let's get to work. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. But they do actually have VTs here. Forgot that they did. It's just bitches, but they do in fact have VTs. shit, helicopter. So down you go. That should be all the VTs taken care of. Well, now it's just finding the damn boxes. Which always drives me nuts, because I always forget where they are. There's one. Alright, one box. Do I have? Yes, I do actually. I do have missiles on board right now. I'll show her if I have them or not. I do. It doesn't particularly matter, but I was just wondering if I did or not. One of those idle questions. There's the other. That's the next box. Okay, last one should be over in the center. We'll clear out this Vitz and then we'll be mostly back where we were when we started. Box. This is the one that I always have a hard time finding. Oh, there it is. Nope, never mind, that's not it. That was not the box I'm looking for. Where the hell is this damn box at? I wish I could remember where it was so I could just go there immediately. That would make things so much simpler. Yeah, this is what this mission always ends up turning into for me. It's kind of just blindly circling around, looking for where the hell the truck with the box is at. And occasionally falling over. Thankfully not usually falling over. Just enough to be annoying. Get rid of you. Good. Now let's see if I can find this damn box. Like I said, I can never seem to remember where it is. I'm sure I got this one. Keeping an eye out for that orange hexagon that means box. Or, well, manipulator thing. basically means you can use the manipulator here. Let's see if I can find it. That's gonna be the interesting part. Where's the damn box? Good thing an ad's running right now, so I don't have to watch the like humiliate myself trying to find this damn box. Because I can never find this damn box for whatever reason. It takes me forever to find it every single time. And that's the most annoying shit. Yeah, this is mission 6. And I've gotten 2 of them already. I just can't find the last one. And I couldn't tell you which ones were the ones I got first. I've never been good at this mission. I've done this mission, I've never been good at it. Probably right that it's somewhere in the middle. I just, for the life of me, can't remember where. Also one of the reasons why, like I said, it'd be really cool. I think that is one of the trucks that has a box on it there. I think I've gotten this one already. We'll find out. Yeah, I've already gotten this one. So I've gotten this one. I don't really care. Misses, dude. They don't hurt like, at all. Where the hell is this damn box at? That's not it. But it might be up here, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Let's see if I'm correct. No. No box yet. I swear. I feel like an idiot every time I do this and I never find it. Check here. I know the infantry are not worth shooting at because they'll just respawn. I'm also more just hoping that clearing them out will let me see where this damn box is better. No, it's not. Okay. It's so hard to see these things. I mean, I can only imagine. I can only remember, I should say, how much worse it must have been doing this on like a CRT TV. Where you couldn't, you weren't like right up next to it. So it made you feel extra blind. Cow. That must be the most confused cow right now. Just what the hell is going on around it? Oh wow, I actually went through all my CG ammo. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, actually. We've got 2 of the boxes already. Where the hell is the 3rd one? That is like the thing right now, is where is the 3rd one? That's not it. Neither is that. That's one we've already gotten. I wonder how many times I've walked past it by already. I wonder how many times I've walked past the 3rd box truck so far. Because I have probably walked past it several times by now. We already got this one. There's gotta be somewhere over here. For whatever reason, I can't seem to find it. I am aware, Argus.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, you don't have much operation time left. Get a move on.
I hate this mission so much. I hate this mission so goddamn much. There it is! Jesus Christ, that took way too long. We finally found the damn box. So we finally found the damn box. That was annoying. That was very annoying. With how long it took to find that damn box. Jesus. Yep. We managed to find it in the end, but ugh, it took forever. Thankfully, we didn't need to use any of our supply calls either, which is really nice. So, reconnaissance mission time. Time for the reconnaissance mission. Actually, yeah, no, we do want the same VT. Because we're not going to be dealing with a bunch of Jarlaxs. And the lower weight is really nice for when we have to make our escape. We'll swap over once we get the hell out of here, though. And then comes pain. Then comes pain and suffering. Trying to deal with everything out here. That's good, that's good, that's good. Alright, now let's run this shit. Kind of roughly know the path, so we'll hold her in third. And work our way over. Okay, one down. Maybe try not to go so heavy on the left pedal. It's useful, But that's how we end up out of fuel. Especially since right now I've only got the one drop tank on me. There he goes. There we go. Another enemy BT down. Back into third. And continue our path upwards. Set our sub monitor to lock on you so we can scan more efficiently. We're not really in a situation where the other views are very useful to us. At least not yet. That'll change when we get to when we actually get to the door. Because that's when the Jarlaxs decide they want to be on they want to get angry. That's when the Jarlaxs get angry. Ignore this VT off to the left, at least for now. Just move our way up. Okay, now it's a right turn here, guard dog, and then run like hell. That damn VidSat. There it is. Okay. Let's go you.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
This is Argus. We have verified the transfer visuals of the enemy's facility entrance. Well done. Full out.
Shit, 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 shit. Up, 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 up. Now we just run.
I copy. Oscar 3.
God damn it! Probably should have turned there. Thankfully, managed to eject, and we have enough supply that we can do that again without too much difficulty. So it's not catastrophic. Let's see if Nad's coming up soon or not. Not yet. Okay, good. Not anytime soon. That's what I wanted to check to see if we're going to have to deal with that anytime soon or not. No, we're okay. We are okay for now. Good. So let's grab another prom. And run that again. Check something real quick here. So that is 1,200 if all three hit. Versus 600 per hit. We've been pretty good on all three hitting. No, we want to stick with the 350 with the RF, yeah. Just trying to decide if maybe the 355 SB would be a better choice, but no, it wouldn't be. Yeah, no. Stick with the CG. If we're gonna take anything, it would be another rack of missiles, but that would be a decision. Not you, for sure. Yeah, if we're gonna take anything else, it would be another rack of missiles. The extra fuel here. The extra missiles might be useful though. If we use the TR instead of the RF, that would give us more ammo, but not enough to really matter. Let's take the extra missiles. We're not going to fight the Jarlax because even though it's technically doable, it's not a great idea. But the extra missiles might give us a chance to give some, clear ourselves out a better route. If we hook around a longer route, the extra missile ammo would give us a chance to make a better escape route. So that is something to think about. So start up again and let's see if we can make it work this time. And go. Check our map. Set our primary as the missiles for the initial engagement. And split off from the platoon because we need to clear an escape route for when we're leaving. And we have enough of a firepower advantage that, frankly, it doesn't matter. I just realized I was in fourth there. That was not exactly ideal. You only need one after the missile impact. Wow, these things are nasty. Not complaining, just I forget how powerful these are. Oh, we're too close. Okay. Okay, that was uncomfortable. I took more damage there than I would have liked to. On the plus side, we do have supplies if we need them. Actually behind that rock. I didn't even notice that until just now. So we're gonna have the 3 DTs here. We've got our escape route settled. Oh, we're too close. Alright, take this opportunity to supply now.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you
Took
copy?
a bit more damage than
Over.
would have been
This is
ideal.
Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply
I
chopper
love how
ASAP.
done Wagon Master is with me as well. It's like, what did I ever do to them? That's what I was like, what did I ever do to Wagon Master that they're just so done with me? That's what I would want to, that's what I want to know. It's like, what did I do to Wagon Master that makes him just sound so done with me? So we're gonna hold here for resupply. And then go from there.
Broke it out.
Okay. Now we're good to continue. Now we're good to continue. I was just checking on something right now for one reason or another. Also, man, I've been feeling weird these past few days. I don't know what it is, but I've been feeling strange these past few days in a fairly unpleasant way for the most part. And I wish that would just stop. That would be really nice. You know, not feeling like shit would be kind of nice. Not feeling like I'm about to get sick would be really, really nice. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm on like the precipice of getting sick. Switch over to the Argus channel real quickly.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
This is Argus. We have verified the transport visuals of the enemy's facility entrance. Well done. Pull out.
Don't you do it to me. Yeah, we just leave now. It's like, sorry, I'm leaving. You did not see me here. I do not exist. Ignore me. Falling over is the last thing we want to do right now. I ain't really here to fight you, bro. But if you're gonna make me, so be it. Okay, we're clear. Good. Okay, we are clear now. And now we're back to actually the actual assault on the factory. Which means it's time to get the Quasar! Maybe. It's time to try and get the Quasar anyways. Which is gonna be the interesting part. Yep, confirmed to be a weapons factory, etc, etc, etc. So we're gonna want a good number of resupplies here. Probably at least 3. We're gonna want at least 3 resupplies to work with here. No. Same VT, but a slightly different setup. The main thing being the extra drop tank. Alright. Good to go there. And where are you? Voti de Dea. Let's see what our timer looks like for ads coming up to decide whether or not we want to just go for it or not. I think we do. Shit, I don't know if we do or not. We're gonna find out though. We're gonna find out whether or not the ads are gonna get in the way. Twitch is gonna be a little shit or not. So let's see what happens. All right, cockpit closed. And usual startup operation. I know what we're dealing with now, thankfully. Most of the jar ends up topside. The jar C's are annoying, but they're not that dangerous as we can work the doors well. Like, if we can work the doors well, they're not that dangerous. Which is a relief. And we gotta remember we actually gotta go back up and resupply before we finish. We have to go back up and resupply once we find the Quasar. And then we fight the Jar NS. Because otherwise we're gonna run out of ammo for the 315, and that'll put us in a very bad situation. Start with the missiles out, because they are our primary weapon against the Jars in particular. Let's see what we can do about that. Well, actually, if it's this rock or the next one, this hill or the next one, there'll be a jar end, basically. I'm trying to remember where the damn jar end is. I think it's over here, though. Oh, wait, no, I remember where it is. It's the next one over. Okay. And our platoon mates will run into it around the same time as we do, which will keep it distracted. Alright, there they are. Missiles away. First jar down. And second enemy VT down. Same procedure as before now. We're gonna cut through here. There's gonna be a jar in at pretty much each intersection, alongside the usual HSD VTs. Once we clear those out, things get easier. Being the key part. Alright, there's the next jar. Alright, they've fallen over. Alright, first jar down. Good. Smooth sailing from here. It should be anyways. We don't need to go that way. We need to go this way, remember? So let's get ourselves turned around and actually head towards the objective this time. Ugh. After we get up. Didn't want to fall over there, but that was kind of awkward. Now they're going to do their weird circle dance again. Hopefully they don't stay stuck in it for too long this time. But we'll see. Either way, we're clear, so we don't gotta worry about them. And if they can get unstuck, all the better. So here come the giraffes. As usual, pretty harmless. There's only 3 of them. And then our first encounter with a jar C. Again, though. Pretty straightforward what to do there. actually pretty well set up supply-wise. So we don't really... Oh, I just noticed actually our first tank is empty. We can run the first section of this and then come back out for resupply. So it's not that big of a deal. Once we get to the Giraffe Bridge, that's probably when we'll have to leave to resupply. Burning VT there. Makes me wonder who the hell came here first. Like, I love how there's just the unexplained burning VT. And obviously it's... I think it's one of the things that is mentioned on a higher difficulty. So I don't think it is totally unexplained. But I just always find it kind of amusing. No. Okay, that takes care of that jar C. Used more ammo than I would have liked to, but it's fine. The rest here should be pretty straightforward. Clear the bridge of giraffes, get the Quasar, come back out, resupply. And then go fight the Jar NS. Oh wow, that only takes one hit for the 315. Thought it would take more. You're not very durable, are you? Ugh, gotta not fall over. Well, probably help. There's the doorknob. There's the doorknob. Put the manipulator back in. Do a little micro shift, even though it'll cost us a tiny amount of fuel. Just makes life easier. Over to the missiles. The rack with more shots. Wait for the door to open fully. And then leave. The quicker we can clear out these giraffes, the better. Let's just clear them all. Let's be certain to actually just clear them all out. Just costs us a little extra time is all. Now we can go get the Quasar. We've cleared out that area. We go over here, we get the Quasar. Where is he? I know he's in here. It's just where? Probably gonna be around this corner. Oh, it's not this door, it's the next door. Never mind, I'm just dumb. Mind? I am just dumb. It's this door that has the jar C behind it, not the one before it. We can get lucky on this one. Be really nice if the Quasar is hiding behind door number 1 rather than door number 2. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, that flamethrower is going through the walls. They can shoot through walls. Why can they shoot through walls? Okay. One down. Let's see if we have to do both doors. Yeah, we have to do both of them. Okay. Not that big of a deal, just mildly annoying. So, back out through here. Go deal with that other jar C. And then get the Quasar. And then we'll go back up to resupply. Where the hell is he? I know he's... There he is! Is he just armored enough that the CG doesn't even work on him? Eh, whatever. He's gone, so it doesn't really matter. Let's get the Quasar and then head back up to resupply. So I can see what I'm doing. A little bit better. Come up here. Open the door. Take... What the hell? Wait. What? Excuse me? Go check the other one again, because it seems like they were both empty, which is strange. Unless they, like, the other two alcoves downstairs could also have it. That would explain it, even if it's annoying. We're still gonna go up and resupply, mind you. But yeah, neither of these has the quasar in it? Isn't the whole point of this supposed to be this is where the quasar is? Sure. I guess we'll have to check the other two downstairs. But first, head back up to resupply. It can be in any of them? Okay. That's what I was wondering, is like, because I know there's two more downstairs. I was wondering if maybe it could also be in those. If it can also be in those, that makes sense. It's just really bad RNG, I guess. So, turn around here. Use the doorknob to head back up. And then give a wagon master a call. A slight nuisance, but only a slight nuisance, thankfully. Switch over to Wagon Master's channel. Let's see if we can do this right this time without running out of ammo. Usually we are back up here now.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting
Hold here,
supplies.
wait for
Send supply
supplies,
chopper
and then we'll go
ASAP.
from there.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
There's a supply shopper. Good. Let's just make sure we're clear of the entrance so that there's nothing getting in the way of us getting resupplied. Once it's here, we'll be good to go. You know, I've never actually taken a close look at the supply chopper. I'm curious what kind of helicopter it actually is. Or rather say, is it modeled on any real life helicopter, or is it just like completely made up, I wonder? Because I know the tanks are. On the other hand, the artillery pieces are, for all intents and purposes, M110s. I think this is one of the. I think this is in the former category. Now that I'm looking at it, because I see how the belly of it opens up. But it'd be really cool to actually get a better look at it. Okay, refuel complete. Now we head back down. We've got a full ammunition load, full fuel. The JAR NS shouldn't give us too much trouble now. Because I think the only thing from here are just a couple of Scyllas. Unless there's like a jar C in each of the rooms where the Quasar could be. That would suck. But unless that's like a thing where like every room that could have the Quasar has a jar C in it, we should be alright. Even if that is the case, we have more supplies. We have more resupplies if we really need them. It'll just be a nuisance. We don't need to rush things here. Just keep ourselves in third for our, keep ourselves in cruising gear. We should be okay. We haven't really been making use of override either, so we're good there as well. I wonder if maybe we should have brought a second 315 or not, because these aren't going to be very useful against the JAR NS. On the other hand, though, they were very useful for getting here, and the extra weight of a 315 RF would have put us over max. So, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much of a big deal. Wait for that elevator to bring us down. Wait for it to open. Put away our manipulator as well. For whatever reason, I used to be fond of the orange. Actually, I know exactly why I was fond of the orange headlines, because they reminded me of the old Armored Core games. Because the default HUD color in those was also from the PS2 games specifically. I remember the default HUD color in the PS2 Armored Core games was also orange, so I always kind of like that. Like the white ones are really good for readability, but they don't look right. Does that make sense? Like something about them doesn't look right. The only way I can put it. Nice and easy. We've already cleared out these giraffes, so they're not an issue, hopefully. So let's just keep moving then. Kind of weird, actually. It's kind of weird coming through here and just not having anything because we've already cleared it out. Kind of reminds me of the way like empty Half-Life maps feel. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Like this guy who went, somebody did a video of that, which is actually really interesting, of going through empty Source Engine maps, you know, empty maps in Source Engine games, and how there's a creepiness to them. And not just Half-Life, mind you. but Source Engine in general. I'm mentioning how there's like a creepy quality to empty Source Engine maps. And this kind of shows us it's not just Source Engine that has this issue. To hold here. Alright, time to deal with these two Scyllas, and then hopefully there isn't a Jar C in each of the rooms that the Quasar could be in. If there is, that's going to be annoying. It's going to be really damn annoying. Oh, there's a door here, which means race for Jar C. Just gonna chew through my ammo. Not yet, we aren't, Nuker. Not yet, anyways. If we're lucky, that won't really be happening to begin with. Yep, there's a Jar C here. Of course there's a goddamn Jar C here. Not the most dangerous VT to deal with, but they're an ammo sink that I have to put shells into, which means that's less ammo that I have to deal with the Jar NS at the end of this hallway. And that thing is nasty. Oh, no, we don't have to deal with the other Jar C.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy?
Okay, we found the Quasar.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, we have verified the transport visuals. The BT individual appears to be their new type. We're dispatching a salvage unit. Continue mission.
So,
I copy. Oscar 3.
back out, and now we can go fight the Jar NS, which we actually have enough ammo for this time, hopefully. Because we do have 2 full magazines left over, alongside 15 rounds, the 15 rounds in this one. This door. Not so much this door, but the fact that there's 2 doors you have to open. And they do this entirely so that you can't back away and get standoff to fight the Jar NS with. Because you don't want to turn your back on this thing, that's how you get cutter boomed. That is how you get cutter boomed. So you're not going to turn your back on it. That would be stupid. Okay, they're no longer in missile range. Ooh. Got him, but we have to eject. God damn it. Ugh. We got the kill, but ugh. It's that door behind us. That's the problem. It's that door behind us. Because of that door behind us, I can't, you can't back away to get standoff against the Jar NS. Because like I said, you're not going to turn your back on it because that's how you get cutter boomed. But that also tells me some things. I'm wondering if it really is best to take the second rack of AS missiles. And it's entirely because of the room where the Jar NS is at. I'm starting to wonder if it's ideal to take that or not. You really do have to poke the door. You really have to peek the door. It can be really annoying. What if we actually take a plasma torch with us so that we can knock over? Because he has the cutter boom, which is devastating. But what if we take a plasma torch with us? But we have to get a prom first. Thankfully, we have enough supplies to not really worry about it. But let's see here. No. Yes, the same VT. But what if we do this? That was the thing, yeah. It was the fight in the airlock. That was 100% what it was. You are not wrong, Nuker. It was the fight in the goddamn airlock. And it's entirely because the airlock prevents standoff. Standoff is very useful when you've got missiles. We could take one RF actually. Huh. And that would work because we never really did use the second drop tank. Would that put us back at standard once we drop the tank? Yes, it would. Okay. So we go and resupply as before. And then when we go down to go fight the Jar NS, we can't take the 22B, which is annoying. But a plasma torch will let us poke them in the airlock. It will give us a better. It means it'll make us better off in the airlock fight. Not much better, but better. Unless there's a way we can carry something else here. The weight is the same, so why would I not take 2 RFs? Or really, honestly, I didn't really have an ammo issue. Can I take a second drop tank this way? No, but if I take the 205, I could. I'd rather have the 22B because the plasma torch actually does damage in this game, unlike line of contact, which I always thought was kind of funny. So the plasma torch in this game does damage. It doesn't do damage in line of contact, but it still has the secondary effect of knocking the enemy VT over. So having the bigger plasma torch actually makes a bit of sense here. It actually makes a bit of sense here. Not like a... huge difference, but it might help us in... It might help us in the... Fuck. Oh yeah, in the airlock, like we were saying. That's the main thing, is this might help us in the airlock. Actually, you know what? We may actually be better off taking the 205. Now that I'm thinking about it, the main goal with the plasma torch is just to have it, it's just to have a cattle prod to knock him over with. Otherwise, yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. And this gives us extra fuel, which can help, which can be helpful, and better just better armament. So let's try this again. See if this time we can win the airlock fight. That's exactly what I'm thinking about, Nuker. It gives us either enough time to burst them down with the 315, or it gives us time to get spacing, which means we can bring the missiles back in the fight. Not very likely. The latter is not very likely, but it's possible. The other problem being, as we also saw, the JAR NS has missiles of its own. So standoff may not be a perfect thing. It might be useful, but it comes with its own trade-offs. On one hand, we no longer have to deal with that cutter boom. On the other hand, it can bring its own missiles back into the fight. Let's see how this goes for us. Advanced Standoff Land Attack Missile. I always remember that for whatever reason, that's technically what the actual acronym for the AS missile is. It's one of those little things that's stuck in my head for whatever reason. So I'm trying to remember if there are any VT. Is the HVM? I know the HVM launches in line of contact. I'm trying to remember if it's in this game. Some of the VTs that can carry it are like the Behemoth and the Regal Dress. So it should be. I think the Juggernaut or the Quasar, one or the other. Probably the Juggernaut can as well. We're gonna find out. Alright, there's the Jaren. That's one jar down. Oh, we're too close. Well, doesn't matter, we got rid of them anyways. Back into cruising speed. Reselect the missile launcher. Check our ammo on both. 7 shots left in both. Okay. Just wanted to see if there was more in one versus the other. No, they are both even right now. Not the biggest deal. Just something to know in case I to avoid accidentally running out when I least expect it. Another jar in here. Alright, got him locked up. They're trying to shoot at me, but it's not really working. Because you can't shoot through a hill. As much as you might like to. Oof, ow! That one was my fault. Oh, fuck, they're too close. Well, this is gonna get annoying now. God damn it! There shouldn't have been there wasn't a second jar or anything there. They were just too close, which is annoying. This is really annoying. Really? So we gotta get a set another prom. Because we're not doing this without a prom. Trying to do this in a first gen, like I said, theoretically possible, practically miserable. So this is our last shot. Not even gonna bother ejecting if we die this time. Because there's no point. Literally no point in ejecting if we die this time. Okay, starting up again. Rest as before. Just try not to get murked by the jar end getting too close. That's gonna really be the thing. This path is pretty straightforward. There's nothing really that happens here that we haven't dealt with already. It's just that last run was really obnoxious. With the jar end deciding it was going to close the gap. Putting us in an uncomfortable spot as a result. Well, here we go again. Wonder if this will be the time we do it or not. If not, like I said, we're going to have to do it all over again from the beach landing. Which sucks. Okay. That's that jar taken care of. Otherwise, we should be good. Took a bit of damage in that fight, but nothing like substantial. As long as we can kill these next two jar ends efficiently, it shouldn't really matter. Done this enough times, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Unless one of them decides to do something crazy like the last time. Which we're not like completely helpless if they do, just things get complicated is all. Okay, they fell over. That's good. All right. That's one jar end down. There's just one more left after this one. Probably the best place we could have fallen over right there. Funnily enough. Fairly low threat environment. Because it's just this first gen here. So low danger. switch over to the other launcher. Okay, that's that one down. Take us off override. And then here, once we're through, should be pretty smooth from here. Unless there's a third jar in, I don't remember. Even if there is, shouldn't be that big of a deal. Wait, no, we don't need to go this way. I'm doing that thing again where I forget to make the turn at the correct place and almost waste a bunch of fuel and waste a bunch of fuel and ammo as a result. I keep doing that. For whatever reason. We actually need to go here. Let's just clear the giraffes. And the rest is simple. I see they have found a new way of... I see Oscar 1 and Oscar 2 have found a new way to get stuck. Too much burning desire to build the skull throne. Yeah, I guess you might say that, Nuker. I guess you might say that. It's this way, dumbass. There shouldn't be any jar ends left. But I'm gonna act like there is just in case. Because I would really rather be proven wrong. Okay, yep, there shouldn't be any jar ends here. It's just the 3 giraffes. So we'll clear them out and then call Wagon Master. Okay, hold here.
Wagon Master,
Call
this
Wagon
is Oscar
Master.
3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
If we get better Quasar RNG this time or not. We do want that thing. Very good reason. It's a good VT. Trust me on that one. Very good VT. Just a pain in the ass to get is all. Oh, there's the supply chopper. Yeah, I did get this working, Imatron. I did get this working. Now, I still have to get line of contact working, which is a whole extra process, but I can do that now. Okay, both drop tanks topped up. Ammo's been restocked. We're good to go. Yeah, it is a decent bit of work. It's a decent bit of work. It's not like an insane task by any means, but it is a decent bit of work to get it running. As for figuring out the controls, it's not that hard. It's not that hard if you're used to Sims, I should say. If you're not used to Sims, yeah, it can be overwhelming. But if you are used to Sims, it's not that hard to figure out. Sit down. Okay, that's our first JRC dealt with. I just realized I haven't had the FSS on this whole time because I've been using so many missiles. That's kind of weird. That's kind of an unpleasant thing, unpleasant surprise. Thankfully, it wasn't that big of a deal against the JRC there. Because the door you can work the doors on them pretty well. Alright, that's the Scylla taken care of. Another one of those things that's not that dangerous once you know what you're dealing with. Ugh. Pull ourselves up into the elevator. Switch over to the missiles so we can deal with the giraffes on the bridge downstairs. Which we don't really need this for, but there's no real point in turning it off. It doesn't really mess with missile guidance. Hold here now. The elevator takes us down. And then clear the bridge. Poor bastard. Poor bastard gets mauled by a herd of giraffes. Okay. That's the giraffe bridge taken care of. Move up, open this door. And let's see if we can get better Quasar RNG. magazine swap. Okay, takes care of the first JRC. Let's see if we get lucky. We might have. Yep, we did. Okay. Good RNG.
Wagon Master, this...
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, we have verified the transport visuals. The BT in the visual appears to be their new type. We're dispatching a salvage unit. Continue mission. Argus out.
Okay.
I copy. Oscar 3.
Still gonna have to head upstairs to get more ammo. But we don't have to deal with any of the other JRCs now. Which is really goddamn nice. Just looking at the scale of this place too. Jesus Christ. Absolutely massive. They build this. And obviously, that's not something that really matters. It's not that deep. But it is the thing it is something I am left wondering, just looking at the scale of this place is, damn, when did they build this? Dormant Sins people must have been planning for this for a long time. Okay. Like I said, head back upstairs now. Head back above ground, really. Let's head back above ground. Call Wagon Master. Get our fuel and ammo sorted. And let's go try and actually beat that Jar NS. We got really close last time. The plasma torch might help us here. Because if we gotta fight him in the airlock, that'll make things easier. Only just a bit. The thing I really wish I had, I'd have to give up the VRF, but the thing I really wish I had right now was, I really wish I had a Scareface 2, so I had T-grenades, because those would really be a nasty surprise up close, when you get up close and personal. Why are you so tippy? Why are you so tippy? That's what I want to know.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
Call
This is
Wagon
Oscar
Master.
3. Requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
Get rearmed. Then we'll see what we can do. Remember, when the door opens, Jar NS is on the other side of the room, so we could get some missile shots off. And if we can get those off, that gives us a huge lead. Every successful missile shot we can get off takes a chunk out of them. So we're gonna want to try and do that before they get too close. Yay. So it is 30 rounds per magazine in the RF. That's right. 30 rounds per magazine. So we were basically full up on ammo. Still, better to be actually full up rather than basically full up. Not to mention, that does restock our missiles, which, while of sort of dubious use here, you can try and make use of them nonetheless. Yeah, hold in third because that's our cruising gear. And let's get moving. Go wow 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 bow now 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 da na 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 na. God damn it, Ivatron. God damn it. And honestly, you know, you say that, but it really depends on what you're listening to. I know you're trying to say that's what the most is for, but it honestly really does depend on what you're listening to. Stuff that gets radio play is a dice roll. Sure, stuff that gets radio play is a dice roll, because a lot of it is the most, like, sanitized corporate bullshit. But every once in a while, you'll still find stuff that, even in that bracket, is surprisingly decent. And then, of course, if you're listening through stuff that doesn't get radio play, then you have much better odds of finding stuff that is really good. That's why I always hated. I hate that bit. I mentioned this before. I hate the intro to Brutal Legend. Can I just say that real quickly? The bit that's obviously meant to be like a jab at nu metal and a jab at emo, nu metal, and metalcore. And tries to, oh, this isn't real music unlike what we used to have, where it's basically just two thrash guys bitching about, you know, nu metal, metalcore, and etc. That intro has aged like milk in a hot car. That intro has aged like milk in a hot car. The game itself isn't bad. The game isn't bad, but that intro has aged like milk in a hot car. Speaking of new metal though, I saw actually a really, really interesting video recently about they asked you to hand them the pre-order code from inside the package. Okay. And what happened then? You accidentally let go a second early and it flew a loop-de-loop into their hand. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. That's kind of neat, actually. That's just a neat little moment. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, 7-string guitars are like a big thing. Are kind of a signature thing in nu metal, right? They like Korn, Limp Bizkit. I don't remember if Deftones used them or not, but definitely Korn and Limp Bizkit both used. Korn and Limp Bizkit both used 7 strings. I forget, and I think Deftones did as well. It's funnier with the bleeps. That was a good bit, Nuker. It's funnier with the bleeps is, unironically, an excellent bit. And it's something I take no umbrage with. I have like no umbrage towards the it's funnier with the bleeps part of the intro. It's just everything before that part. Oh, they've chaffed. Okay. So, no point in firing off any more missiles. They've already chaffed. This is where things are gonna get stupid. Wait, what? Why are they immune to the plasma torch? Well, there goes that run. There goes that run. Because we don't have enough supply to get another 2nd gen VT, and there really is no point in doing this in a 1st gen. There is really no point in doing this in a 1st gen. I'm totally serious about that. Not to mention we don't have any supply left. So, back to the title we go. Also, I want to show you something real quickly. So, back in Line of Contact, this isn't the case anymore, but it used to be that there was a code. So after campaign ended, after campaign ended, there was a code that you could put in to get all of the VTs for free mission that you would otherwise have to unlock. And this is the code. Here, this is the code, actually. This doesn't work anymore, but it is an interesting little artifact. was the code you had to put in order to get all of the VTs once campaign was no longer available. But anyways, back to the title, because I ain't doing that in the first gen. So that means we're starting all over again. But first, I have to take a bit of a break here, because it's been 5 hours. So we're going to take a bit of a break here, a bit of a longer intermission, and then we will be maybe back to try again. It's the fucking Jar NS at the end. I tried to... it's that goddamn thing. of an angel, standing defiant against the efforts of the Divine Network and its agents. I understand if you have to raid and run. That's completely understandable, Watchet.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of your viewers.
But we're back now for run number. Jesus Christ! What is it at this point? What? Our 6th or 7th run through the Steel Battalion campaign.
Continue mission. Argus out.
Also, Hung Lo, if you are still here, the setup that I have been running is a prom with a 315 RF, 2 racks of AS missiles, and an 80 CG. I tried adding a plasma torch to that to see if it would make a difference earlier, but of course, the Jar NS is immune to the plasma torch. Yeah, but that's the setup I've been using, is a 315 RF, oh, it does damage, but it doesn't get knocked down, so, kind of questionable utility regardless. Because the 22B was too heavy. I think it was the 205 because the 22B was too heavy.
This is Argus. Do you copy? Over here.
Roger,
On my way.
Eagle 7, till I get there.
What I'm trying to do, now the thing I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to fight it the same way I fought the Jar Cs up before it, where you work the door frame. The problem is, the NS is way more enthusiastic to use its flamethrower, which can get you through the wall. And that is like ultimately the problem. The other problem is that the door is the door behind you. The bigger problem is the door behind you. Because if I could go backwards and get some standoff, that would be a lot more doable. Because then I could really make use of the AS missiles. But because of that damn door behind you that traps you in like an airlock, once the NS gets up in my face, that's it, I'm done, because that goddamn cutter boom gets me every single time. Well, that, or the time that I ran out of ammo, which I have thankfully figured out how to solve, that, you know, I can leave and resupply.
So, you must be the new recruit, huh? From today, I am your instructing officer, responsible for your VT training.
In the following 6 months of rigorous training, you'll be pushed beyond your limits. When this is all over, you will be the best there is. So you can thank me.
Okay. Here we go. Mission 0. Again. Third gear to start. BT stand up. Free aim. All right, 1 BT down. Just leaves this VT here. And the giraffe. Done. Okay. Well, that's that. That's mission 0 over again. You know, at the rate we're doing this, we might be able to start doing it quicker. Always like to have that. Don't really need this for this mission. So, there we go. Run this again now. That's good, that's good, that's good. Have to start you first for no other reason than to let the other 2 DTs get clear. You know, in the initial briefing, they mentioned that there are multiple types of VT that came before the Decider. Obviously, the Vitch is one of them, because it's the very first VT ever made. But I gotta wonder, that plural part, what else was there before the Decider? Like, what else was there before the Decider? And how awful must those have been? I mean, obviously they would probably do something like an end. So a bit better than a bit, but still. Now, it's one of those questions, you gotta wonder what the answer to it is. What came before the D soda pop? Can't remember much of lore, but yeah, something like a giraffe. The giraffe makes a lot of sense, actually. The giraffe makes a lot of sense. Same for the Scylla. One down. Where's that damn giraffe at? There it is. I'm trying to just speed run this part though. Just, try and speed run this part, get back to having at least, at least having second gens again before we call it. That's what I want to try and do. If nothing else, get back to that point. There we go. And that's that mission. That's mission 1 done. So that's, a start. That is a start. It is a beginning. Let's see how far we can carry this forward. see here. Secured beachhead. We're not even gonna bother with getting the falchion so we can have more supply points. Because I like the falchion, but I like having supply points more so that we have a greater margin for error when we get to mission 7. I forgot to flip the switches. Back to the off position. It doesn't really matter, but it is kind of annoying. Man, I miss these 2 buttons working. I'm trying to remember what the function buttons do in line of contact. I know what F1 does with the scare face, but I'm trying to remember if there's any other functionalities to them. I mean, that's all it does. That's still very useful, mind you. I'm just trying to remember if there's anything else with those 2 buttons. With those 3 buttons, I should say. Magazine. And keep working our way up. Oh, we're too far away. Shit. Now we're not. Takes 1 vortex out. Oop, another magazine spent. This is going to be over here. Okay, that's the last vortex down. Good. Alright, back to Janta now. And the only thing I may want to consider getting here is some supplies. Even if I don't use them, they'll be useful later. For when we attack the port. Okay, here we go. Cut those back over to off, so we don't accidentally make that mistake again. Especially made, especially made for VT. And here we go again. Back into Janta, the mouth of the vortexes. Such a big hurry. Whatever. We're clear of him now, so we don't have to worry about it. There's the first vortex. Alright, we punched a path through. You can kind of ignore these VTs. You just run like hell from here. And don't fall over. Second enemy VT platoon. Good. We've identified the scare face. Taking them out. So now just rush through. We did what we needed to do here. We're not even going to use it here, but I wanted it anyways. Just in case. what we find on the other side. But I know what we're gonna find. We're going to the port. That's what's going on. We're going to the port. So let's see what's waiting for us. And let's see what's waiting for us in Janta. Same VT, same weapon setup. I know the 320 SR is theoretically a bit better here, just because it's got the extra reach. But I know how to use the warehouse. I know how to leverage the warehouse, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. System start. VT stand up. Good. Get rid of those guys before they become an issue. Closing in on the giraffes. Clearing them out quick before they can object to my presence. Oh, there's still one of you left. Now there isn't. I thought there was only 2 of them there. Oh well. There were 3. There are 0 now. They're all dead. Here we go again. Definitely notice the Decider is a lot more fuel efficient than the Scareface. Interesting. Down a second so we can make this turn more easily. And down. This part's the easy part. Finish him off. Come back around, and let's see what we got here. So we need to go that way. There's just a straight hook around so we can get to the platform that has the warehouse on it. Because we want to be on that one. You always want to be on that one, not the other one. because it makes dealing with the ship a lot easier. Is this Kabuki Man this way? I forget what song I actually had selected. I just know it's not Soy Sauce and it's not Voce di Dea. Forget which one it actually is though. It doesn't really matter. But I am just trying to recall if I can, what it was that I actually chose as the music for this. All right, one down. Okay, that's all the VTs here down. So onward to the next platform. Get there, deal with the guard dogs, and then it's time to fight a boat. It's a weird fucking mission if you think about it. Mostly because the boat is an actual enemy and not just an objective. Ah, shit, my pedals came loose. Well, ah, damn it. You think it's Kabuki Man? Yeah, it probably is Kabuki Man. I think my pedals came loose there for a second because either I wasn't paying attention to my battery consumption or my pedals came loose. Either way, not good. This is the first time I've failed that mission. I think this is the first time I've failed that mission tonight. Just make sure my pedals are still working correctly. They should be, but I want to make sure that's what it was versus just me not paying attention to my battery consumption. Okay, pedals work just fine. You know what's been really fucking mean? So, a lot of people have a habit of leaving the eject button cover open, right? Just in case you find yourself in a really bad situation to reduce your risk of getting a KIA. Imagine if they had actually made the controller so that there was a switch in the eject button cover that required you to flip it open to arm the ejection. That would have been mean. That would have been mean. It wouldn't even have to be like an actual switch to do anything, just something that basically, you know, forces you to keep it closed. So that you actually have to go through the full process of ejecting. One down. Yeah, you already have, I mean, the game already has that little spring-loaded flap cover nuker. It's just, imagine if instead of just being spring-loaded, it was also mounted on a switch. So that if you didn't flip it before pressing the button, it wouldn't arm the ejection. So ejecting only works if you flip it and then hit the button. Okay, there's the other VT. It's amazing what happens when you don't spend the ammo on an unnecessary enemy. You find yourself in a much better situation. It just means we're gonna have less supply points afterwards, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. We already had that problem. That is true, yes. That is very much true. Alright, we're behind the warehouse now. So let's go Wagon Master.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
here. We should be safe from the battleship here. Let Wagon Master do their thing. Start hitting the battleship. Ow! Overdid that there. Oh, that's a problem. I didn't even notice that until right now. Okay, that should be both front batteries taken care of. Now do it steal the secondaries. Can't hurt you nearly as bad, thankfully. They can hurt you, just not as badly. Actually, are they even doing damage? Because I'm hearing the ricochet sound. Huh. Maybe they can't hurt me. I know the main battery can. But maybe the secondaries can't. Okay, well, that takes care of the battleship, so who cares? And we're back in second gens now. That's what really matters. So now we're back in second. Flop. We still got plenty of supply points to work with, thankfully. Now comes this fucking mission. The stupid box mission. Hate this mission so much. But really, first, ads are gonna start, so we're gonna hold off for that. Then we're gonna do this mission. But I will see y'all once those are over. actually, I know where we are. It's time for this stupid mission again. The stupid box mission. I hate this mission so much. I hate this mission so goddamn much. Like, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand how much I hate this mission. It's just annoying. And yeah, you were right. Earlier hung low. It is in fact Kabuki Man. You were absolutely right. It was Kabuki Man. Let's put something good on. Let's put on some soy sauce. Check our weapon load. Swap this to an RF. Swap this to missiles. Everything else roughly the same. Everything else can be left alone for now. Let's just get back to the factory. And then we'll see what we do from there. Don't remember where these damn boxes are. This is the main thing. That's the main thing. Let's see if I can remember where these damn boxes are. Or am I just gonna embarrass myself all over again, circling around blindly for them? Well, whichever outcome it is, I'm sure it'll be amusing to someone. Let's see. Third gear. Connect failed. The fuck? Huh? Wow, we just fucked that up 3 times in a row. There we go! Okay, one enemy helicopter down. I want to focus on these and get them out of the way just because they're annoying. But, so, that's those taken care of. Now let's see if I can find these boxes quick or not. Bet on not. Just gonna let you know right now. Bet on not. Another Vit's down. Pretty sure one of them was going to be over here, so let's see if I can find this one first. I know one's going to be up there. Even if I can't remember exactly where. Because like I said, never know where these damn boxes are. Got a helicopter down. I don't have to worry about it. Alright, there's the first box. Okay, there's one box. Sure, there's one over here. Let's see if I can find it. See if I can remember where. That's gonna be the annoying part. Because like I said, I always suck at this mission for whatever reason. It's just a deeply unpleasant mission for me. Run around a village where things are constantly shooting at you. None of them can really hurt you, and find some boxes. I get the idea behind the mission as sort of a way for you to get a feel for second-gen VTs. But also, it's a very annoying mission. Okay. Next one down. That just leaves the one over here, I think. Hopefully I'm right and it's over here. Not over there. Might actually be over here now. I'm thinking about it. Let's have a look. This is the part where this mission always turns into a slog. I'm trying to remember where the hell the third box is. So just noticed there's still an enemy VT up. Should probably deal with that at some point before it becomes too annoying. Also, it would be a nice source of supply points. Ugh. Wash that off. Keep moving. It might actually just be over here. Now I'm thinking about it. Because one of them is in like the middle of a little village spot. And I don't think I got that one. It's not here, it's probably in the middle behind me. Oh, there it is. Actually made good time on this mission for once. We actually made good time on this mission for once. Entirely through pure blind luck. That's the last box. Now it's time for Nanjang again. Well, the recon mission for Nanjang. Thankfully. Not the actual, heavy fighting in Nanjang where you actually have to go into the factory. But let's see how this goes. Three of those, irrespective of how much I actually need. Not quite. Same VT. We're gonna want a second rack of missiles. Ditch the plasma torch. put a second fuel tank on this, and this is going to be our setup for the next mission. Because I do like this setup. It's just that, Jesus Christ, that NSR was nasty. That NSR really did just decide it was going to be a problem. Here we go again. System start, good. We are in third, which is where we want to be. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, VT, stand up. Let's see how fast we can run this, because I do roughly know the route now. Switch over to our missile racks. Also, see if we can figure out where they actually are. I'm trying to remember where the actual launcher is for these. Or if you can even see it from here. Start clearing out a path. We can get the hell out of here once we find the base. Two missiles away. Squad mate got the kill. Good kill. Let's see. One more of these. Over here now. Get around to where we have a clear shot, and, well, then, simple from there, really. Just missiles away. Okay. Back over to you. We'll use these last three to knock them over, and then finish them off with the other launcher. And that just leaves here now. Excellent. Let's go clear out this guard dog and then run the hell away. Try something just to see if I can make it work, because if I can, it'll make this next step easier. We went the wrong way. Fuck, we went the wrong way. There's no door here. We're gonna go like totally the wrong way, but we went enough the wrong way that we missed the door. Which means we're out of missiles. Not the biggest deal in the world, but it is gonna make dealing with that last VT just a little bit more annoying. We actually needed to round this corner completely and then go that way. That's why. Very easy to get lost here. Nanjang is nasty like that. Especially considering that when you get lost, you end up dealing with all those jar ends, which, ooh, they have a fun time of then. You don't. They do. But let's see if we can make this work or not. We've got them on up. Now we're gonna try something. We found the door, right? If we approach the door in reverse, we can then shunt ourselves forwards and then run like hell, more efficiently. Unless it decides it doesn't want to open unless we're facing it. Sure, might be the case. Shit.
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy?
Yep, okay.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
This is Argus. We have verified the transport visuals of the enemy's facility entrance. Well done. Pull out.
Well ahead of you there, Argus. I am gone. You didn't have to tell me twice.
I copy. Oscar 3.
are gone. Engaging in the tactic known as run like hell. I don't exist. Leave me alone. Whew, okay. But, yeah. Oscar is Mike, indeed, Nuker. Indeed. But, now that we're back to where we started. We're back to where we started. Which is, nice, I guess. That is nice, I guess. Let's give this a go. We've got plenty of supply points to work with. So, this is probably our best chance to get it done. Prom is 5,000. Let's go. This part stays the same. But we're adding on another fuel tank. And otherwise, we're set. But otherwise, we're set. Got to lock the fuck in and see if we can get it right this time. Answer, probably not. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Because if we can do it, that would be fucking baller. We got really close that one time. We could have just managed that fight in the airlock better. We would have had him. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. We have 3 supply calls. Let's see if we can do it with that. Push ourselves out in front of the platoon so that they don't block us. Now we can cut back to cruise speed. Where's that jar end gonna be at? That's our first question. I don't remember if there's 3 or 4 of them on this mission. I think it's 3 we have to deal with. Whatever, that's 1 down. Takes about 4 shots from the missiles to do that. next jar end is going to use up the rest of this rack. Shouldn't be that big of a deal though, because once we're actually to the door, they become a lot less useful. Sure, they help us clear the bridge of giraffes, but that's it really. And then it's all the 350. Then it's all just the 315. Such a weirdly standoff-oriented VT for PRF. It's like it's kind of unique in that sense, actually, too. Most of the time, when you think of standoff, fighting from standoff, you think of HSD. You think of Haishi Dao, not PRF. And yet, the Prom is really good at it. That does not bode well. For us. Okay, they fell over. That's good. And they're dealt with. Okay. One jar dealt with. There we go. We were out of range before. It's kind of hard to tell on the night scope. But yeah, we were out of range before. Go that way. We need to go this way. If we go the wrong way, we'll get caught out in the open by a jar end. We don't want that. We know what happens when we do. We tend not to win that fight. Simply put. As long as you remember the path, we'll be all right. Did the other two VTs already take out the jar end here? Or was it just those two? And there wasn't actually a third one. Oh. Weird. But okay. I think Oscar 1 and Oscar 2 saw a jar end. All right, we're through there. Open the door, and in we go. Oh, they just crashed into the wall. I forgot that was what they did. Alright, let's hit this Scylla. Oh wait, first we have to open this door. Which, this is the funny door, if I remember correctly. Because the Jarcy on the other side is just like, wait. Oh, that's right, I was supposed to be guarding this. Okay. One Jarcy dealt with. Now for the Scylla. And then the elevator. We'll clear that floor out and then head back above ground to resupply. Hopefully get the Quasar as well, instead of having to fight all 4 Jarcys in order to do so. I mean, they're pretty good supply point value if we do get them all, but I'd rather not have to, is all I'm saying. Okay. Here we go. Select the loaded missile rack. And run like hell. Okay. Open this door. Let's see if we get lucky. We did last time, which was really nice. Okay. Open the door. Let's see if that holds. Ah, we knocked him over. Okay, that's one Jarcy down. Oh, that's why it was like, wait, why am I running against the wall? I shouldn't be weird. I think we're good. I think we're good now. Let's see if this one has the Quasar in it. Come on. Empty. Okay. Empty on this one. Let's go clear out the next one, then we'll go resupply. So next room, another jar C, and hopefully the Quasar. I would really like the Quasar if you would please. I would very much enjoy the Quasar. I would appreciate acquiring the Quasar. It would make my life very pleasant if I could have the Quasar. Oh, there you are. It's like, where's the jar C? We got cutter boomed. But, well, we're back here again. I think this is where we're gonna call it for now. We'll see if we can do this next time. We've got plenty of supply, which is good. Got plenty of supply, which is good. But it's also getting late. Damn. So, let's see who's on at these hours that we can raid into, shall we? Who is on at these hours that we can raid into? Who's someone we haven't raided in a while? That's the other question.
This is August. Do you copy? Over here.
Roger, Eagle 7.
Let's see. Cubalt is on. Randon is on. Karagi is on. Kranag is on. Spout is on. The horse is on. Let's go say hi to...
Continue mission. Argus out.
Let's go say hi to the sheep. Let's go say hi to the sheep, shall we? Let's go see what she's up to. As always, if you want to see what I'm up to off stream, these are all the places you can find me. Let me get that for the YouTube people before I cut y'all loose. Where is it? There it is. There we go. That's where y'all can find me. And let me just grab the raid message for Twitch.